Ah, God damn. Wait, what? Mm. Whatever. All right. I'm all set. I'm all set. I think I'm not going to have YouTube on my chat here in the bottom left because I don't think it's working. Like I don't think that so let me just try relaunching this and then maybe it might work. Okay, so there's Twitch. Wait, live. There we go. Okay, YouTube should work now. And there's Kick. There we go. Do do do. What was I doing here? Oh yeah. New no, not a class. I don't want a class. I want a source file. And the source file is group algorithm. Sorry, group anagrams. Is string different? Yeah, string. There we go. Wait, actually, do we even need this? Oh no, we do. Okay. Whatever. Okay. So let's see what we've got here. I'm gonna do this. Fucking what the hell? No. Given an array of string strs, group all anagrams together into a sublist. You may return the output in any order. An anagram is a string that contains the exact same characters as another string, but the order of the characters can be different. Hmm. Oh, interesting. Oh, right. I forgot to start my clock. Can only do so much of this before my brain just starts shutting off and I get so done with it. Let's see if we take in act post do. Hmm. I believe we just do this. Beautiful. Okay, so then we do solution. I get something wrong here. Oh, right, because it's a vector. Yeah. There we go. I don't know if this would work. Yeah, that's what I thought. This would be, I think if we just do this. Yeah, if we just do, we do this, right? There we go. Now, this doesn't have a to string of any kind, so that's probably why this is erroring out. So that's fun. This is what we're looking for as a result, though. Um, right? Because this can't be compared either. There we go. Okay. All right. So we need to efficiently check whether or not two strings are an anagram, which means this here. Yo sudo started without me. Well, you know. I haven't actually done anything, you know, like this is how far we got. We got to just typing out some basic code. So it's not like we're particularly far in any sense of any imagination here. So how are things, by the way? Did you finish the yesterday's problem? Yeah, I finished 2 or 3 problems yesterday. I finished all the like I literally finished one just as my 2-hour time limit went for it. So that was kind of nice. Yeah, so we did 3 of them yesterday. We did contains duplicates, valid anagram, and 2 sums. Now we're on the group. I don't like building this stuff, but I suppose it is what it is, right? I got to go through all of them eventually. We got to take this and turn it into this. So we can brute force this, right? If we take this would be a bool is what was it? Was it valid anagram? That's what it was? Wait, this is sum 2. That's not it. We want valid bool. And then this would take for 1 and std string stir 2. Studio vector. No, this was the unordered list, right? Unordered map. Scene characters. So how was the rest of your day yesterday? Is my stream like super delayed? Or am I slowly am I going crazy here? Okay. Not that crazy. Oh, chat's totally not showing up. YouTube's not working. Ten out of 10. Wait, no, YouTube is working. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I'm only slightly crazy, you know. Hey, Goof. Or sorry, Goofy. Now I could go and grab the valid anagram, but I think it's better if I rebuild it. You are visible? Yes, apparently I am. I'm not invisible. At least not yet. We can work on that. Wait, what's going on here? No, it's this side. Wait, did I bump my camera? No, it's this side. Yeah. I did bump my camera. God damn it. One sec. Oh, wait, there we go. Yeah. Okay, so if int size what language do you know? Like programming languages or like spoken / read languages. That is half the battle. What's going on here? Not really converting. Wait. What? Oh, it's a size T. Interesting. Size type. What? Size. Now I feel like I'm being gaslit. C++ string size. I am not crazy. Oh, that's why. I should probably include string. Is that what it is? Interesting. Okay, whatever. That's so weird. I didn't know that was a thing. Anyways, let's see. All right, so what we want to do is we take so this iterates over this is going to iterate over both lists, right? Or both strings, and we're going to access each one and we're going to add and remove from the list. And then we're going to check whether or not there's anything that's greater than 0, right? So if we do stir 1 I, and then because this is a char int, what we can do is we can do we can do scene characters plus equals 1. And then scene characters minus equals 1. And then for you're developing chatbot using what? Elixir. But right now I'm doing Leet code. So I'm doing 2 hours of Leet code in the morning. And then after that I switch over to working on the chatbot. Developing chatbot using what? Or do you mean like if I'm using any libraries or anything like that? Because the answer is no to the libraries, really. I'm using the library list is actually pretty small, all things considering. For the actual bot itself, it's going to be what is it? It's Finch. Yeah, Finch is actually going to be doing the sending for the messages. I'm think to do a hotel management chatbot using Python and dialog flow. What's dialog flow? Yeah. So Finch is enough to do the because of the way that the bot needs to work. It needs to work with three different multiple different services. So actually doing the like WebSocket connection to Twitch to do chat just doesn't make that much sense. So I'm using the webhooks version, which requires a web server, but the entire system needs a web server anyways. So I'm using Phoenix for that, right? Postgres for the database. Finch is powering the HTTP calls to the server, and then everything else I have to write by hand because there is no Twitch API. There's no Twitch API. Like I can, but just like I might not actually get the right thing, right? What is dialog flow? Oh, it's Google Cloud. Is it Google Cloud? Interesting. So this is just like an AI thing, right? So is what you're building gonna be like a like like a website chat or something like that? Does this provide all the what exactly does dialogue does this come with? More like cloud AI from Google to make it more easy to deploy AI agents. Yeah, but like so okay, so you're wanting to build the chat front end for this, right? With whatever prompt system like base that you build out, right? But does does Google give you all the code for that effectively? Like I'm curious because I've not looked into it, right? So like it would take me a while to go and like do the research to figure it out. So I'm gonna ask a bunch of questions, and they're gonna be stupid questions because I don't know anything about the product, right? So, but like, so like, how much code does Google provide you for this? Like, do you have to build your front end API at all, or like, do you have to like proxy it through a backend web app or anything like that, or is this like purely just like leveraging all Google stuff? I like keep in mind I've not played with any of the AIs. Like, give me 5 minutes, I'll be back. All right, no worries. um, or how did I do it here? What did I do for valid anagrams again? Oh yeah, it was the pair. Or uh, auto pair, and then we do scene characters, and then it's pair dot. pair dot second is if pair dot second is not equal to 0, return false. Return true. It's this though, right? Like that's correct? No, I got it right the first time. And this is, wait, this was a reference? Yeah, auto reference, const auto reference. Const auto reference. And what's the here? I don't understand how that one works. Okay, so for stirs. So this is a list of strings, right? And all we want to do is loop over this, and if we find one, we dump it in. Like we're gonna do. How would I do that? Actually, yeah, I guess for int I equals 0, right? And then I is less than stirs dot size, right? And then plus plus I. And then we do if result insert so what would this be then? Sorry, I'm just thinking. I could do I could do an unordered list instead of a vector vector and then combine it down into a vector of vectors, right? For the return. That'd probably be a way of doing it. That actually might be it's going to be an easier to program, possibly an easier to program way until I get to the end and it's just like, oh yeah, like do. None. Wait, what? So, wait, is insert not right? I thought it was. Inserts an yeah, push back, adds an element at the end. Deletes the last insert, erases. Insert. Oh, that's why. Push back. That's what we want. Push back. And then we continue. Right? And if not, then we're going to do for int I equals 0. I is less than result dot size plus plus I. If result I think that's correct. And and stirs I. Then we do result I dot push back stirs I, and then continue. How do I break? Can I break out of a for loop? Break from yeah, I guess would this, I think this only breaks for the for loop that I'm currently in, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay. Now, if we come down to here and we run this like so, we should be able to see our results. So the break actually did not do what I wanted it to. So I was wrong in how the break would work. So what string am I at? I am going to do this. Only because then I don't have to access it like this all the time. Current string. And then this, I'm going to do a continue here, and we'll see how this works. No, let's just do a break. Okay, so we're going to stop, and we're going to rerun this. We're going to see we're going to stop, and then we're going to come up to here, and we're going to do this, and then we're going to run this. Okay, there we go. I should actually be doing that. There we go. Step over. So here we're at... Sorry, this is the one that I wanted. There. Okay, so we're at the very first one here. So if I go like this, we'll see the current string is ack. And ack is the first one. Okay, sweet. Okay, so then if we step over, the result is 0 because the length is 0. Cool. Yes. And see result 0, 0. Yeah. So if I step into this, we're going to push it back. There we go. And then this is going to push that in. So now we've got a capacity of 1, 1. There we go. Beautiful. If we look at that, there's act. Beautiful. We're going to step over that because we're continuing. There we go. And then here, we're going to say, okay, so now we're pots, which is not compatible with the current result, which is act. So we're going to do this. And result size is not equal to 0. So we step over that. That's fine. That's perfect. 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 Oh, wait, that's why. This jumped completely. This should go through once, though. At the very least, it should go over once, and it's not. You know what? It's being optimized out, I guarantee it. And then else, we need to do this. So it's saying that this isn't possible to... Oh, yeah. That is true because of... There we go. Okay, so let's try. Why do we keep jumping? Like, this is never actually ran. Look at that. Not ever ran. Why is this never ran? literally doesn't run. Doesn't ever enter this. Oh, wait. What do you mean it's unreachable? Int II. Oh, wait. Ah. Back to your question. Back to your question, and it is more of like the sure, but like what was I gonna say? But like how much code do they provide? Is kind of like what I'm wondering. So like if I want to take the dialogue flow, it's been a while. Yeah, I know, right? All right, so like okay, so what I more mean is like okay, so if I've got my so this is the dialogue whatever, right? Dialogue flow. So this is the Google server, right? Google, right? So they offer an API of some kind, right? They offer the thing, right? And then I've got my website, right? And let's say that I want to have the chat box down here, right? Chat. How do I go from that to this? Like, do I put a server in the center and then this communicates with this and this communicates with this? And do I build this or does Google this chat window here, right? Is this here built by Google or me? Right? Like who has to put this window here? Do they provide me with the code for this or do I provide the code for this? And then do I need a server in between or does this chat box directly connect to this? Okay, so yeah, so we've got the server. And then your server is responsible for this chat. chat window here, right? And you're in charge of building this chat window out using JS, CSS, and all that, right? So the process of putting this chat window is so uh, yeah, so effectively, like, I could come in and erase this server altogether, and then this stays the same. By the way, anybody on YouTube that does game dev of any kind, Mr. Booter is actually, he makes really good tutorials. If you're ever looking for somebody that does really good tutorials on UI stuff in Unreal, he is great. So common UI stuff is I think yeah, no worries, man. I believe that his common UI stuff, personally, like, so far from the stuff that I've seen, his common UI stuff is the best in that I've found on YouTube. He lays it out really well and does a really good job at covering all the important bits. Of course, I've only ever actually watched his really old common UI stuff, so I'm sure that it's probably come quite a bit since he's been focusing pretty heavily on it. Is Valorant using Unreal? Oh, it is Unreal. Interesting. Oh, that's interesting. It used to be UE4, now it's UE5. Look at people moving over. Is it bad? Like what's the issue? New update series, so better stuff will come eventually. Nice. I was doing when with your old tutorial, I used that to do C++ based common UI stuff. Oops, that's not the right window. That is. Although, like, C++ UI stuff is not that challenging. My issue with Valorant is that I don't like their anti-cheat. Pseudo flexing the project. No, I'm saying that he did such a good job that I was able to take his blueprint stuff and use it, like his tutorials, and use it to build C++ systems in common UI. You got to remember though that, like, I've not done a whole lot of blueprint stuff in Unreal. I've mostly done C++ stuff. because I just prefer C++ over Blueprint. I'm not flexing. I have my own shortcomings, and my own shortcomings are that I hate working with Blueprint when it comes to Unreal. It's an actual problem. I think that defaults to false, but here we'll do. I just love blueprints for prototyping and then just making better stuff in C++. I have trouble prototyping in blueprints. That's like okay, so he is a wait, which way is it? It's this way. Right? No, this way? This way. Am I going the right way? Yeah. He is a much better Unreal developer than I am. By every stretch of every imagination, he is substantially better at it than I am. See you later. Need to learn React and JS for my upskilling. All right. Have a good one, Ashwin. I think this does the trick. Yep, that works. I wouldn't say that. At the end, so at the end of the day, you've produced more like you've actually produced things that I haven't, right? And you've put a lot more time and effort into Unreal. So I like comparing us on a level of like how good we are at Unreal. You have a much stronger understanding of Unreal than I do. I could have a stronger programming background than you, but that doesn't make me a better Unreal developer. Yeah, no, I figured, but all right, so we got it working. Now the question is, what's the good solution? But yeah, like even if I have a stronger programming background, it doesn't mean that my skills with Unreal are going to be better. Your skills with Unreal are substantially better than mine. Like you have a much better understanding of things. So oh yeah, that would be a way of doing it where we check to see if the vector exists, kind of thing. Yeah, there's the pair. This is substantially shorter than the way that I did it. So, oh right, this is a sorting. I never do the sorting. Never sort. Never sort. Time space complexity. Do. Hash table. This is what I did. Wait, that was the right one? Me a very, very long time to come up with solutions. You'll get better at it. This is effectively what I did. Why is he doing the string thing though? Like why is he string key? I don't even remember how I did my anagram here. Oh right, yeah. Oh right, his vector solution is really good. I forget about this. That is a better way of doing this is valid algorithm part here. Like here's his is valid algorithm. Or sorry, is anagram algorithm is just substantially better. I gotta do that at some point. I just find myself not caring that much, to be honest. Given an integer array nums and an integer k, return the k most frequent element within the array. Return the k most frequent elements in the array. Wait, what? Is always unique. You may return the output in any order. Oh, okay. I see how it is. New source. Top A in list. Okie dokie. Right, I put that in the wrong spot. It is there that we want it. And then I think we just do this if memory serves me correct. There we go. Oh, right. This is std vector of ints. There we go. There we go. And then here we go. All right, so let's go down through what we need to do. I should probably bring up YouTube, the YouTube live stream here. So we need to take the two most common elements here. So we can do a vector on this one. How much time do we still have left? Oh. Okay. So, scene characters. If we do 4 nums, I almost feel like that's not the way I want to do this. This would be a vector of int int. Can we do that, or is this an std vector here? Right? Or can this be a pair? Is that actually a thing? Tuple size. Can I actually do this though? Can we have a vector like that? Is that even possible? Like, I guess. Um, Okay, so for less than nums.size, and then plus plus I. Oops. There we go. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do nums. Yeah, no, I don't like that. Unordered map. Is that right? Yeah. Hey, do you remember me? How are you? I'm okay. I can potentially. Wait, what? This is you're saying first time chatter, so this is a new account then. Unless I've been in your stream. Have I been on your stream? I might have been on your stream. Or we've chatted on somebody else's stream. Seen numbers. Yes. Oh, that's the account. It's my other account. That would be why. Yeah. I'm actually working on a project right now that incorporates that. It's going to be effectively like a chatbot that wait, what? Oh. Yeah, no, I've got two Twitch accounts, and one of them I set up a system to play Pokemon on my Nintendo Switch using a rigged up it was a I took a bite stick controller and I hooked it up to a I hooked it up to an Arduino, and I communicated with the Arduino over so it went it's easier to do this maybe. Don't save. So it was I took the Arduino, right? So like you had this the switch was here, right? Right. And then you had the fight stick controller here. We'll call that one FS. Right. And then we had the Arduino here. We'll just put that there. And then we'll have my computer here. PC. And then we have Twitch here. Yeah. So this was Twitch chat. Right. So I had a bot on my PC that communicated over IRC to and from Twitch chat. And then the Arduino was plugged in over USB to the PC, and it would Actually, it didn't have two-way communication. It was one-way communication. This would send commands, right? CMD to here, which would then toggle pins. So 5 volts to trigger. It would send 5 volts to there was like a breadboard right here. Breadboard. And this would trigger 5 volts on the breadboard, which would trigger this little like piece here on the center rail here, right? So we go, it would trigger this, which would connect these two. And then that would connect a circuit on the breadboard, which is effectively like, so if we've got the controller, right? And you've got your buttons. So in order to press this button, what it is you've got this pad, and then you've got another pad right next to it. And all you have to do is connect these two pads, right? And what this like little transistor does is if you apply 5 volts on the center rail, it bridges the two connections here, right? So that when it shorts it effectively, when it grounds the two sides together, then that presses the button, which presses the button on the switch. So this was the process to make that work, which was kind of hard to like. So the stream was set up so like it was like, you know, I had the game was like mainly right here, right? And then we had some stuff on the bottom that never worked because I never rigged it up. We had the command list right here, or this was like a webcam, and then we had the chat right here, right? and you would like walk around and play Pokemon by issuing commands over Twitch. It was great. It was a lot of fun. I actually think that the next time I do it, I'll do it for YouTube, because YouTube, I think, allows for spamming better. I didn't want to do it for YouTube because like I didn't know how the YouTube system works, but now that I know how the YouTube system works, it's actually easier to do it for YouTube. So the YouTube chat system is really interesting, right? So the YouTube chat, like to make a YouTube chatbot, you essentially just pull with HTTP GET requests, just spam Google servers for chat updates, right? Give chat, give chat, right? And then it just gives you all the chats that have happened in that time frame, like since your last poll. So it's like super easy. Where with like Twitch, you have to like to do this, you need a web socket. Well, you need a TCP socket, which was what I was using, a TCP socket. I don't understand everything you're saying because I don't speak English, but I think I I got it. I can't remember what your first language was. It was, I want to say it was Spanish, right? No Spanish? No, I was wrong. My bad. Wait, no, isn't it Spanish? Was I right? Am I slowly going crazy here? It definitely looks like Spanish. Right, it was French. My bad, I'm sorry. I misremember everything. Baguette. Just completely butchering everything. Wait, you can change the characters? That's kind of cool. Or are these like special characters that give it that like look? Hmm. Okay. This makes sense. This makes sense. Because talent is Colo Force. What's Colo Force? Colo Force. English. Oh, huge power. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. I know next to nothing about this stuff. Like you were the one that got us the Mew, right? Wait, where were we? Boost attack. That nice. I will take your word for it and believe you because you know more about this than I do. So then we do see numbers. Nums I plus equals 1. Then we could bubble sort, but I think that's not the right way to do it. This here is the one that's going to trip me up, right? Because we have to find the top 2, 3, 16, right? Whatever that come in here, and this needs to be a std vector results, and this is just int. Um, I don't understand. I think I did tell you that my primary content's all programming. So we need to get just the list of just the English is too hard. I need to take classes. Besides, we learn nothing in school. That's fair. The French they taught in school for me was terrible to the point where I can't read or write or understand French at all. Even though they teach it in elementary school and high school. Although in high school I didn't have to take it. That and the French that they would teach us is not the French that you would speak. Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you're actually from France, right? Where the French they teach us is Quebecois, Quebec French. Because I live in Canada. And my understanding is there is some differences. I don't know how drastic they are, but there are some differences. I want to go visit France sometime. I wonder what area my family's from in France. My dad's side, my grandpa is French. Yeah, I live in Canada. I'm on the west coast, way out in Vancouver. Okay, not Quebec. No, no. If I was in Quebec, I'd be able to speak to you in French. Quebec is mandatory. You cannot live in Quebec without learning French. It's actually like a thing. There's mandates and stuff like that. You have to, if you're dealing with the government, you have to deal in French, and businesses have to predominantly deal. Like it's a whole thing. It's annoying. It actually, like, it is. Quebec actually causes companies to there's a French company that needed an office in North America, right? So their headquarters is in France. The company is French, and they purposely did not choose Quebec because of the French mandates in Quebec. Like Quebec actually at every turn shoots themselves in the foot. It's just like, oh, how can we shoot ourselves harder in the foot? Oh, let's enforce too much French in a, well, we are surrounded by English. English is the primary language of the country we are in, and then the primary language of the primary trading partner that you would have if you were in Quebec, which is America. And then even if you go more south than that, business is done in English, right? So business in every country revolving around Quebec is done in English, except for in Quebec, where it is mandated that it is done in French. And it's just like, this makes it more challenging. Do code. What was the format again? Oh, it was Control Alt Shift. No. 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 Yeah, that's kind of how Canada feels. That is how Canada feels about Quebec. Why is this not in the right spot? Like, the indenting for that was so off. Or I think we can do this. No, we have to do this one first. Yeah. There. It was second, wasn't it? I feel like I'm going crazy here. Why is this not working? Okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, I put the this is in the wrong spot, that's why. Ah. No, how would I do this? You know what? I'm gonna go think about this while I grab more water, well, tea, and go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Oh yeah, I'm back. Wait. There we go. Let's see. Oh, wait. No, because we've got to check whether or not the size is greater than the K, and then or results dot size is less than K. Then we do for wait, we don't need a for. We could do a bubble sort effectively. It's effectively what we're doing, isn't it? What was our return type again? What was our return? Our return's just the flat integers. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so oh wait, no, this needs to be first. I don't like this. So we need to keep it at a maximum of, we're going to say 2, right? We're going to just say it's going to be 2, but it's a moving number, so we don't actually know, right? Or if results dot size is greater than K, we're going to do this. Okay, there we go. Oh, I know. We already know. Yeah. Okay. So we're only here if it's greater than, right? per second is larger than scene numbers Yeah, I don't like this. This is going to be too... I think this is going to get out of hand. The way that I'm doing it now is going to get out of hand. I think I just need to take a look at the solution. But let's look at his YouTube video here.
More neat code today. Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more neat code today. So today let's solve top k frequent elements. I really like this problem because it's pretty clever, and once you figure it out, the code is really easy to write. So we're given an input array nums and an integer k, and we want to return the k most frequent elements that appear in the array nums. We can return the answer in any order. So for example, we have this input array, 3 1s, 2 2s, and a single 3, and we want to return the 2 most frequent elements, right? So we know that the most frequent is of course 1, it appears 3 times, so we add 1 to the output. The second most frequent is 2, so then we add 2 to the output, and that's all we want. Now if k was 3, of course we add the last element. K is never going to be greater than the distinct number of elements in the input array, so that's good for us. And our input array is always going to be non-empty. So for example, for each value, right, we're going to count how many occurrences it has. So for example, 1 occurs 3 times, 2 occurs twice, and 3 occurs once. And then we can take this, basically this list of pairs, right? Then we can sort it in ascending order, right? So basically it's already sorted in ascending order, right? Because the most frequent is here, the second most frequent is here, the third most frequent is here, right? Now, of course, sorting it in the worst case, right? Basically, if every single value in here was distinct and we wanted the top k distinct values, we'd get a time complexity of n log n, right? But we don't necessarily need to sort the entire thing because we only want the top k frequent elements. So in another solution, we could actually use a max heap. So we would still do this whole operation where we count the number of occurrences of each value, and then we'd add each pair to our max heap. And the key of this max heap would, of course, be the number of occurrences, right? So the count, right? And then we pop from our heap exactly k times. So why is this more efficient? Well, we know popping from the heap. Well, first of all, when we initialize our heap, we're going to add this entire set, and there's a function called heapify. I think that can do that in actually linear times or big O of n times. So that's a good thing. And of course,
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. So like what we could do is have another unordered map where we just keep the max, we keep the inverse of this.
we know we're only going to be popping from the heap k times. Each pop is going to take log n, and we're going to be doing that k times, right? So that's going to be k times log n, right? So that's a little bit better than n log n, at least as long as k is less than n, right? But it turns out that there's actually an even better solution. There's actually a solution that can be done in O of n time, linear time. So big O of n time and big O of n memory. But we are still going to be using this exact technique where for each value, like 1, we count the number of occurrences, like 3. So this problem can actually be solved in linear time if you use the algorithm called bucket sort. So when you first think of bucket sort, this is probably what you're going to think of. The way bucket sort is usually taught is that for each value, for example, 1, we're going to take an input array, right? This is our input array. This row is the indices, the index of the array. This is actually going to be the value. So for example, for 1, we're going to go to the index 1, and in the value we're going to put, okay, 1 occurs exactly once. Now we're going to see a second one, we're going to say 1 occurs twice, right? Basically we're going to go through the input array, count how many times each value occurs, and then in our input array, put that count for that index, right? Map the value to the index and then put the count of that value. So 1 occurs 3 times, 2 occurs twice, 100 in this case occurs once. Now this algorithm would be linear time if our input values, right, were bounded. For example, if we knew for a fact that every value was between 1 and 10, then we would know that the size of our input array is also going to be 10, right? But in this case, the values are unbounded, right? Like this could have been a million, and then the size of our input array would have been a million, even though the total input array size is only 6, right? We have 6 elements, but then that array where we actually store the bucket sort values is going to be unbounded, right? And also, we want the top k elements. This still isn't very clear of where exactly the top k elements are actually going to be. So in this case, this type of bucket sort doesn't work, but there's another way we can do it. So in this case, you can see for our array where we're going to be doing the bucket sort, the index I was using, each value in the input array, for example, 1 was being mapped to index 1, right? And there we were storing the count. There's actually another tricky way that you can do it that will lead us to a linear time solution. So if we're pretty clever, this is what we're going to do. For the index, we're actually going to be mapping the counts of each value, and in the values, we're actually going to have a list of which values have exactly this particular count. For example, 100, right? We know that 100 occurs 1 time. So what we're going to do is for this position 1, we're going to say, okay, this value occurs only once. 100 occurs 1 single time. Which value, for another value in our input array 2, we see it occurs exactly twice, right? We can count that with a hash map pretty easily, and then we'll say, okay, this value occurs twice. So in the position 2, index position 2 of our array, we're going to add that value 2. 2 is the value that occurs twice. We see a last distinct value in our input array 1, we count it occurs exactly 3 times. So in this position, index 3, we're going to say, okay, there's a single value of 1 that occurs 3 times. That's possible. Maybe we had a third 3, right? Maybe 2 occurs 3 times. In that case, we would actually have multiple values in this position, right? But in this case, we can see 1 occurs 3 times, 2 occurs twice, 100 occurs once. So they're all going to go in separate positions. And then, once we've taken every single input value and counted how many times each value occurs, and then put it in the appropriate spot in this array, what are we going to do? Well, we want the top k values, right? The top k values that occur most frequently, right? So what are we going to do? We're going to start at this end of the array. We want all the values that occur 6 times. Why are we stopping at 6? So why don't I extend this array farther, right? 7, 8, 100, right? Why do the indices stop at 6? Notice something about our input array. Our input array is size 6, right? So that means if every single value in the input array was the exact same, the most number of times a value could occur would be exactly 6 times. So the cool thing about this new array that we're creating is it's bounded by 6, or well, technically 6 plus 1 because we do have a 0, but that's not actually necessary. But it's proportionate to the size of the input array, right? So when we're scanning from right to left, or however we do it, we're only going to be doing that. We can scan through the entire thing in linear time. Now in this case, we see 6. There's no values that occur 6 times, so we can't find our top k element in that position. We'll try the same thing with 5. 5, no values occur 5 times. 4, no values occur 4 times. 3, oh, a single value. We're going to go through every value in this array.
That's even better. That's an even better lit. Like that's a. But if wait, do we know how? What's the largest number that we can get? Oh, it's less than or equal to. Oh, okay. So we'll never have more than 1,000. So we could. So it will be between negative 1,000 and 1,000, right? Always. It will always be between these two numbers. So we could just make a vector that just holds a vector of int, a vector of int, vector of ints, or so vector of ints. I think we could do it with a vector, right? A vector of ints that. I'll take a look. Let's we could do it with a hash map. I know that he could do this with a vector. There's a way to do this with a vector.
Array, there's only a single value in this case, but we do see a 1 occur. So to our result, we want the top k values, the top k occurring values. We are going to add a 1 to that. 1 occurs most frequently in the input array. So we add 1 to our result. We need 1 more because I think we were looking for the top 2 values. K in this case is going to be 2. So now we're going to go here. Which values occur twice? A single value, and that value is 2. So we're going to add that to our output array. So now we've gotten the top 2 values, and then we can return this array. Now, why is this linear time again? Because remember, the max size that this array could possibly be is going to be about equal to the size of the input array, right? Because we can have a value, for example, 1 could occur 6 times. In that case, we have 1 over here. Now, what if every single value in the input array was distinct, right? That's another extreme. What if we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? In that case, this position would be empty because no values occur 6 times, no values occur 5 times, 4 times, 3 times, or 2 times. Every one of these 6 values would go in this position at index 1. Reason being, each one of these occurs exactly once. So in that case, we'll have all 6 values concentrated over here, and that's still going to be linear time because yes, we are going to be iterating through this entire input array, which is going to be big O of n, and then we're going to add another big O of n to that, right? Big O of n plus big O of n, because we're going to have to iterate through 6 values in exactly one position. So that's still technically linear time. Now we are creating this array to help us, and we're also going to be needing a hash map to count the occurrences of each value in the input array. So the memory complexity is also going to be big O of n. With that being said, let's jump into the linear time code. It's pretty easy once you can identify this trick. So we are going to use a hash map to count the occurrences of each value. We're also the array, the special array.
I was right. He was going to use a hash map.
Is going to be called frequency. Basically, the index is going to be the frequency of an element or the count of an element, and the value is going to be the list of values that occur that particular many number of times. So I'm going to initialize this as an empty array. The number of empty arrays that go in this is going to be about the size of our input plus 1. So now I'm just going to go through every value in nums and just count how many times it occurs. So for count,
there's our count, and then the frequency. Might be missing this.
Of this particular n value, we're going to do 1 plus what its current count is, count.get n. Now, if n doesn't already exist in our hash map or dictionary, we're just going to put a default value of 0. So this will return 0 if it doesn't exist. But this is how we're going to be counting the number of times each value in nums occurs. Next, we're going to be going through each value that we counted. So n, c, in, count.items, because that's going to return the key value pair, every single key value pair that we added to our dictionary. And for every key value pair, for every number and count, I want to change in the frequency array, I want to insert. So for this particular count, remember the count is what's going to be indexed. So at index count, we're going to append to that list this value n. What we're saying is this value n occurs exactly c number of times. And once we've done this, we basically initialize everything we need to. So now we're going to have our result output, right? We want the top k elements. So 4. And so we're going to be iterating through this array frequency in descending order, right? Because we want to start with the numbers that occur most frequently. So for I in range, length of frequency minus 1, which is the last index, and we're going to go all the way up until 0, and we're going to be going in descending order. So we're going to put a -1 as the decrementer, and we're going to go through every.
Yeah, I was right. He's just going to make a list of. Yeah, a list of lists.
Value. So for every, let's say, n value in frequency at this index I, because we know everything inserted in I is actually another sublist. So it could be empty or it could have some values, whatever it does. So let's say n is non-empty. Then we're going to go ahead and take that n value and append it to our result because we're basically getting the n value that occurs most frequently. Now, when are we going to stop? At some point, our result output is going to be the exact same size as k because we're guaranteed to have at least k values in our input array. So once that happens, if the length of result is matching exactly k, that's when we can go ahead and return result. We know this is guaranteed to execute at some point, so we don't have to put a
Wait.
index. So at index count, we're going to append to that list this value n. What we're saying is this value n occurs exactly.
Or n's.
C number of times. And once we've done this, we basically initialize everything we need to. So now we're going to have our result output, right? We want the top k element. So 4. And so we're going to be iterating through this array frequency in descending order, right? Because we want to start with the numbers that occur most frequently. So for I in range, length of frequency minus 1, which is the last index, and we're going to go all the way up until 0, and we're going to be going in descending order. So we're going to put a -1 as the decrementer, and we're going to go through every value. So for every, let's say, n value in frequency at this index I, because we know everything inserted in I is actually another sublist. So it could be empty or it could have some values, whatever it does. So let's say n is non-empty. Then we're going to go ahead and take that n value and append it to our result because we're basically getting the n value that occurs most frequently. Now, when are we going to stop? At some point, our result output is going to be the exact same size as k because we're guaranteed to have at least k values in our input array. So once that happens, if.
So far, I'm right. Yeah, my initial thought was correct. He's doing 2 for loops to Oh, right, because he's got the frequency, which is the list. Okay, so this is the only thing I'd need to change.
If the length of result is matching exactly k, that's when we can go ahead and return result. We know this is guaranteed to execute at some point, so we don't have to put a return statement outside of the loop, and that is the entire code. So we could have solved this problem in decent time. That's when we can go ahead and return as k, because we're guaranteed to have at least k values in our input, right? So once that happens, if the length of result is matching exactly k, that's when we can go ahead and return result. We know this is guaranteed to execute at some point, so we don't have to put a return statement outside of the loop, and that
Oh, I see how that's working. Yeah, that makes sense.
that is the entire code. So we could have solved this problem in decent time if we used a heap. It wouldn't be too bad. K log n. I think that's a doable solution. But with this kind of neat trick, we can do this in big O of n time. And I hope that you did learn something, maybe a little bit about bucket sort. This problem definitely taught me something when I first solved it. And I know many people have been requesting.
Vector, C++ vector initialize with size. But he's going into the negatives, and I don't see his solution solving for negative numbers. Right? Because you can't have a negative list index. A native solution. Let's take a look here. Sorting. Naturally, if you sort things, everything's just going to be perfect anyways. Oh yeah, I could do num++. Yeah, let's switch over to that. I like that. It would get optimized out for that anyways. There's my pair. This is where I was. This is kind of what I was doing, but I don't like that one. Mini heap. What's the mini heap solution? Oh, priority queue. Yeah. So priority queue is a C++ thing that I don't even know about. Provides constant time lookups for the largest by default element in the at the expense of mythic insert and extraction. Interesting. This is what we actually want. I feel like these can be collapsed together to one though. Or maybe I was just overthinking it. So the frequency is just the num size. Oh. Wait. So num size plus 1 is the frequency. Oh, yeah, because you can never have it more than. That does make sense. Okay, I'm slowly going insane here. That makes perfect sense. So then we'd have vector, right? And it would be an int of, what was it? It was an int of ints, right? No, it was a vector int. Frequency. Was it freak, wreck. Yeah. Okay. There's my scene, right? And then we do oh yeah, no, because we have to do it. We have to do it separately, right? So then we do the pair, right? And then if we do the rec, and then we do pair dot second equal dot push push back. Wait, what's he got there? We're not actually doing a check at all, right? Yeah, we're just doing because we've already done that. Yes, right. Pair dot push back pair dot first. Then that, and then if we iterate over this backwards, wait. Oh yeah, because this is how many times it's in there. Wait, how does this check whether or not the value is 0? Because by default, this is going to be empty. Oh, because of this. Oh yeah. No, I see it now. I sees it because it's not. It's. So then we loop over this, right? Or int I equals 0 equals freak dot size. Then we do I is greater than 0, greater than or equal to 0. The frequency needs to be, what is it? It's right. It's the initializer with the nums dot size plus 1. And then, yeah, it is 0. Okay, I was right. We don't need an equals. And then it's decrement I. That makes sense. Yes. Yeah, and then it's just straight into the for loop for whatever is at that. Then it's freak. It's for int const int. Wait, we need one more, right? Yeah, the vector. This is std vector int, and this is response. And this is going to be of k. Actually, does he even initialize it? No, he doesn't. Okay. Yeah. Do. And then this is if 3 and 2, and the numbers going in is 3 and 2. Okay, sweet. I don't want to use a range-based loop. Screw your range-based loop. That's interesting. So some of these solutions are kind of cool. I like the learning here. Did I? Oh, wait. Return response. Oh, a segment fault. Wait, then why did mine not seg fault? What's going on here? Yeah, no, because I'm not getting a segment fault. Am I? Where's my segment fault? Like, where's my issue? Run. What version of C++ is he running? Because it's got to be that. Okay, so what version am I using? I'm on 23. Let's take this to 11 and see if this seg faults. This doesn't seg fault. It's not complain. I don't think it's complaining about the imports because I don't think I've been doing the imports, right? And the STD stuff, I don't think that it's that because I've been posting in the STD stuff. What's the problem here? I don't want to convert. No, thank you. What's it want me to do? Okay, so it wants... Okay, so wait. Oh, it's size -1. That's why. I bet it's this. It was that. Wait, so... Actually, yeah, that does make sense. Because we're going from this side. We're going from right to left instead of left to right. And when we do that, we want to... Yeah, we want to... Okay. Makes sense. We don't care about the zeroth, whatever, right? Okay. Yeah. This is a good idea. I was thinking of something kind of like this, but I was thinking about it wrong. All right, we'll come back to this tomorrow now that we are done. Excuse me. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay. Cancel not found in. Okay, so I can't actually do this here. Right? So we don't... Okay. We need to go to here, and we're not going to do that. Then if we come back to here and do a refresh, this should work. And then if we click here, we see this, and there's save and cancel. Cancel needs to stay out. That's fine. But now we want to format this. Cancel should really be over here, and save should be over here. I do want update to actually be the one that works. But in order for update to be the one that works, I have to do the update over here, and that means the form can't be in here, which means that this live component doesn't work that way. And I really want it to be in here. I want to try and push it here. I want to take over cancel. So how do I push the... I said that I was going to. To be fair, I kind of didn't want to. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say that I really wanted to stream today. I really didn't want to stream today. And my camera is doing that thing again. By the way, I really need to switch this because it's irritating the fuck out of me. This. Uh, there's a flip here. There's a way to flip this. I don't think it's a filter. Oh, there it is. Flip horizontal. There we go. Yeah. Front end. It kills me slowly. The slow, painful death of front end. Ooh. That's actually a thing that I could do. Ooh, what if I do this? What if I do this? We do this. Yeah, but you know, we have different versions of what is good and what is painful. Um, and then this here would be, this is why is this an error? Oh, right, because I don't have the cancel. God damn it. There, and then this is button. There. And then we've got our form. There we go. And then when we do this, cancel. on click. Yay! Does it work? Yes, it works. Fucking right. You know what we could do? We could move the entirety of that. The entirety of the modal into there actually might be the way to go. And then we don't have to deal with any of it. Yeah, then we don't have to deal with any of it. That actually solves my problem. Like 100% of my problem, which is fucking amazing. Okay, what did I miss here? Oh, yeah, the dialogue. There. If the entire modal is just in there, then it doesn't matter. Because there, that's a modal. Because that's just the way that I wanted to do it. Do 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 do. Is it starting to look like React to you yet? Are you seeing the Reactness of this? I have a theory that most frameworks boil down to React. Like most modern frameworks end up boiling down to React. Do you agree with me, Don? And the reason why most frameworks, in my opinion, boil down to React is because that's the way graphics works. Like when you actually put graphics on screen, in order to put graphics on screen, you're dealing with React effectively. Like your GPU renders in a very React kind of way. Yeah. So front ends just boil down to React. I find that live view and a lot of the like even Django templates can be boiled down to React. But that's also because like I use broad strokes. Broad strokes. But as far as like live views go, live views are very React like, in my opinion. Super React like. Like you have your handle events. You have your initialization stuff. So let's bring this over, right? Like let's do this. Let's actually take a look at this. I just want to do this because this is now that I have like a slightly better idea of this here, right? So your handle submit, handle delete, handle auth toggle, all of these are just handle events. This is just a handle event. That's all that this is. Handle cancel is just literally this. This is all handle cancel. In React, this is handle cancel. In if we were to switch this over to Elixir, it'd be cancel, right? There. Now we have handle cancel. That's all it is. It's a handle event with a name, right? And in this case, we'll say it's cancel. Then handle change is actually something that is set up by default here. There's actually just a handle change. Live view handle change. Like that's actually just a thing. But I don't think it maps 1-to-1 if I remember correctly. So in this case, this would be a validate. Handle change is just a validate because this handles the right, because it's just a handle event still, right? Because this is the handle for change. Yeah, here we go. Change. Handle change. Yeah. So this just gets the information from this field, right? Yeah. So this would be a validate. Nice and easy, right? It's fine. And then we've got this one, use state, and the use state boils down to update. This is use state. Okay, so now if I go like this, now we go back to here. Let's close that. Go to here, and then we're gonna come to here. We're gonna click this, and we're gonna do, this is my room. Click save, and then we'll see in here that we've got their handle event here. Chat room form. We've got the socket. There's our param right there. And there's our there. And the event name is save. So if we do this def handle event, right? And we do save, and then params socket do. There we go. Now the save works. But what other information do we have here? Oh, we have the ID. That's the ID of the form, right? It is the ID of the form. Look at that. And then we can do this. We can do socket, and then we just do this. We do assigns, and we can do ID, which is in the assigns, and this would be chat room ID. Look at that. Now we refresh. Not that we have to, because it auto refreshes the backend. This is my room. We hit save. We come back over to here. We can see that this here happens. Where is it? Here we go. Beautiful. Look at that. Everything that we need to do in order to actually perform that save, right? Now let's make this look nicer. What is here? Input field name. Now let's make sure that we've brought all of this over. There's that. The input type class. Yeah, our class is there. Okay, so what's the problem here? Oh, right, it's not field. This needs to be name. Right? No? No. What did I do wrong here? Okay, one sec. I don't like their input. That default input does not make me happy. Oh wait, no. It's core components. I don't see class. That's a checkbox. There's the select. Text area. Type. This is value. Label name. So what's the error? User ID can't be blank. Recall. Wait, what? Let's see if this fixes it. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. What's the error? IDs used in and label must be unique. IDs used in label? Oh. Wait, can IDs have dashes in them? I feel like they can. It's only this and this one because we need to do the whole like get thingy. Oh, this is making calls, isn't it? For validation. Yeah, validate. Here we go. So it's calling this with the validate, and I don't actually care. Can I do this? Can I just do this? And then we won't have a validate because I don't actually care about a validate, right? There we go. We could do the validate, but I don't see the point. Right? Like it's causing a round trip for something that doesn't need to be a round trip. Now, as far as we go for this one, we can do a max characters, right? Because I think we can do max characters on an input. HTML input, text, max length. There. Now, if I refresh this, now it will error out. And we've got everything that we need now. My max length. There we go. Max length. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that I could do that. Let's see if this works. I had a feeling. There we go. I'll be right back. Ah. I wonder if I can handle the on click in here as well, or if I have to like send back for that. Let's see if this works. Yeah, it worked. Yeah. Hell yeah. It actually works better than in JavaScript. Uh, can I do this? That's fine. What's the problem here? Yeah, but what if I don't want to add it to assigns? It just it feels wrong to add it to assigns. Because it's an ID. It never changes. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that's annoying. We could do this. So annoying. I literally passed it in. It's right there. Right there. Literally right there. Hmm. What was the ad again? Give me a moment here. Oh wait, right, because this is this. Okay. Then we do this. Add assigns. There's my assigns, right? Yeah, that's what I thought it was. The now it's in part of my assigns. Is it not part of my assigns? Am I slowly going insane? I might be slowly. Well, done some work, tweeted, and back to your live. Yeah. Oh no, there it is, right there. Sweet. So now I can just do this. Just a quick question, buddy. If I may ask, you may ask anything. I'm not going to necessarily answer everything, but you can ask everything. I'll answer most questions. Yo. Do you contribute to open source? Sometimes. I have. My tweet made some project for understanding React. Is it right way? Well, did you tag me in it? How to get started with open source? To learn how to code real. You want to learn how code is applied in real life? Okay. One sec. I want to learn how code is applied in real life. So what's your end goal? Vortism 1? Is it Vortism 1 or is it Vortism? Oh. No, yeah, that's 1. Vortism? Yeah, so what's your end goal? I want to learn how to code as a player. The end goal is to become a developer. Oh, you don't need to contribute to open source to be a developer. Where are you at? Like, what is your current stage of programming knowledge? I'm studying data structures as part of my coursework. Oh, okay, so you're in school to be a software developer. Yeah, it sounds like you're on the right track. You don't have to contribute to open source. Unless there's a project that you really are passionate about, right? So if there's something that you're passionate about, by all means contribute to open source. But like if you don't really care about it and your goal is just to become a developer, the best thing that you can do is exactly what you're doing. Just work on side projects. Build games, build websites, whatever interests you. Wouldn't it expose me to codebase though? Yeah, but you're going to expose yourself to codebase, right? Because like this is the codebase, right? Is it necessarily the right way to do everything? No. But when you work in the real world, nothing's done correctly anyways, so it doesn't matter. I've tagged you in the post. One sec. Just completed the Tailwind CSS keyboard alignment. Or Tailwind CSS utility mastery, smooth transitions, key glow effects, custom layout, and hover animations. Like, there's nothing inherently like good or bad about this, to be honest. One sec, I'm not logged into Twitter. Oh, apparently I'm not even freaking signed in at all. One sec. Let me just get this as something that I can just open. Okie dokie. Um, so like Tailwind's good, but if you can't like if you care about actually learning front end, Tailwind isn't very good. Like if you actually care about like fully doing front end stuff, Tailwind's kind of not that good because it covers a lot of the CSS that you need to do, right? But this all kind of depends on like what your goal is. If you want to do more back end stuff, Tailwind's great. If you want to actually focus on front end, I'd suggest write your own CSS. Don't use a framework. Like learn how to do it properly because like Tailwind might be like really heavily used, but Tailwind's heavily used because it speeds up development, but it doesn't speed up your understanding of things, right? Because it takes care of edge cases and stuff like that for you. So it's really good to actually learn how to build things like Tailwind, right? But also keep in mind like right now, if the goal is to learn React, right? Tailwind is going to speed up your ability to learn React because it removes a barrier. So Tailwind is good. If your goal is to learn how to do things in CSS, don't use Tailwind CSS. Right? So like this entire thing here, smooth transitions, key glow effects, and all of this, custom layout with hover animations. If you really want to learn how to do this, drop Tailwind, because Tailwind is going to stunt your growth for this. All the concepts that you'll do for this are going to transfer over to doing it the easier way with Tailwind, but learning the Tailwind way first is going to make you going to make you more reliant on Tailwind, and not everybody uses Tailwind, right? And having a really strong base skill in the actual raw CSS stuff is actually something that like is kind of sought after, because a lot of people don't do it, right? So it's a good thing to have, right? I'm using Tailwind in Daisy UI because I don't like front end, and I don't have the patience to learn CSS. But also I'm not a front end dev, right? I understand the general concepts. This is by like don't get me wrong. This is by no means bad in any way, shape, or form. This is good learning. You learned stuff. That's important. This is the most important thing is this part here. You learned. This is the important part. How you get to the I learned something is immaterial in the long run. Oops. As long as you're actually learning. As long as you're continuing to learn, that's the most important part. Yeah. And then for Vortism, I would worry less about getting exposed to large code bases and worry more about building interesting things. I'm focusing on React. I have completed CSS in vanilla 1 also. I would suggest stepping back from tutorials and build something yourself from scratch without a tutorial. It sounds like you're at a stage where you understand the core concepts. As long as you understand the core concepts, put aside the tutorials and start building things for yourself, right? Like a great example of something that you can build for yourself that's like super good to build and like very powerful kind of stuff is um 1 million checkboxes. This app is super cool. All the things that he had to do to get this to work, right? And like work well are super, super, super interesting. Oh, okay. So you made it yourself. You didn't follow a tutorial. That's good. Then you're on the right track, right? Whether you use Tailwind or not is up to you, right? As long as as long as you can do the thing, like if your focus is front end and React, right? Like if your focus is React right now, then Tailwind is fine. If your focus is actually learning the key concept, like the key parts of CSS, then drop Tailwind, learn CSS. But something like this is actually, you can still play along if you'd like. Wait, they still have it? What's this one? What's special about these ones? No, not yet. So why a keyboard? Oh, that's kind of cool. What's for sell? For anybody that's wondering, what is for sell pricing? Or is this just like an automated way to host stuff? I've never used one of these services before. Is it bad that I've never I like for hosting for like hosting of any project that I've ever built, I've never used something like this before? Fluid compute, DDoS maker. This requires you to actually use some Vercel stuff, right? Or is it, like, can you deploy anything to this? How does this work? There's a Python one. This one, and this one's Python. I think there's an Elixir one. I've never used it, mainly because they're just so ungodly expensive. This is a neat little project, though. I feel like this could be hosted on GitHub, though. Not that you have to. I'm just saying. Although, like, I don't know what that goes into that. You still use GitLab? I have a GitLab. I don't use GitLab. To be fair, I don't know anything about whatever system you used for this. But this should be entirely front end, right? Like there's no need for a back end on this at all. Right? So this is all front end stuff. So this could just be a flat HTML file. What was that? Is this just a flat HTML file? I'm going to ask a lot of questions because I don't know the answer to these things. What's the Elixir one? Elixir web hosting, right? It's that, right? Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. There's a game panel. What's the game panel? Oh, this is. Wait, is what? Wait, what? This isn't what I thought it was, but it actually. I think that actually uses the Elixir logo. Oh no, it's very close though. Never mind. Is it this one? Off topic, what phone you use? One sec. I want to say the 13. Yeah, the iPhone 13 Pro Max. There is a web hosting company for Elixir specifically. Oh, there it is. It's this one in Fly. Where's their pricing chart? Here we go. I'm an Android guy. I'm an iPhone person for one reason and one reason only. I want a phone that just works, and Android wasn't that for a long time. I think it is now, but it wasn't for a while. Yeah, this is the other one. And it all comes down to pricing. The pricing's always so bad on these things. To be fair though, like I use Nginx for everything. I wonder what my next phone's gonna be. I'm probably still just gonna stick with uh iPhone iOS because I don't do anything fancy on my phone. So wait, what did I break? Broke something. Oops. Oh, what was that 1 million one? It's 1 million check boxes. There's also there's another one that's really good. Every UUID. This one's really interesting because the scrolling becomes a problem. There's actually some problems here where this is not every UUID. Or maybe it is. Maybe they actually managed to scroll it for every UUID. And you can like do some stupid stuff like bookmark and stuff like that, copied or save it. Yeah. And this is by the same person, right? Like every 1 million checkboxes and the UUID one is made by the same person. It's by this person here. This guy here just makes really cool stuff, right? So there's the 1 million checkboxes here. Was a single caps lock key that the whole world got to share. This is great. Where did he get this? He built them. He built all of this stuff. He just builds things for fun. His stuff is all like actually stupid, but it's great because like here, the DVD. I don't think no, he does. Does he do anything on his? No, he doesn't really do anything on his video. On his stuff here. But the Prime Engine keeps talking about him because he does really interesting things, right? But this is like each one of these is not a link to the site; it's a link to a write up, right? Like he's done a write up. You can do the how it works on each one of these, right? And he breaks it down with great detail on how everything actually functions. And it's like crazy levels of like oh he's discontinued it. Oh no, I'm a black piece. Am I? Oh no, I can't move that one. Yeah, I think it's been I think it's been taken down. But yeah, like they're all super interesting. Oh, what's this one? That's fucking great. Oh my god. Playing Pong inside of a number of different browsers. Oh, I need to start at a different board. That's why. Okay, but this the his stuff is great though. He does interesting stuff. Stuff like this is just cool. Yeah. I actually want to use this here, right? This here as his logic for doing that. I want to use that for chat. Like I actually want to build the chat for this project from like scratch. It's all going to be vanilla. I want it to all be vanilla JavaScript. Vanilla JavaScript. I need more drink. What was I doing? Did we fix the site? Are we still broken? Right. I want to actually change this is a test. Save. I actually want to make that update. Okay, so chat room form. Close it here. We're gonna actually change the name here. What were you drinking? Lots and lots of Earl Grey tea, apparently. I was gonna say something else, but then I couldn't come up with something else. I'll be right back. Gonna grab some more drink and use the facilities. And I'm back. Go to bed. Okay, so I have a glass of water, or I should say a jar of water, and a cup of Earl Grey. Okay, so I don't have the user, and I need the user ID. Oh, it's the platform ID. Oh, no, I have current user. Save. See you later, sudo. It's like 2 a.m. here. I need sleep. All right, have a good sleep. Sleep well. Wait. Where was I? I should have current user, should I not? Oh, no, because I don't have... Fuck. That's really annoying. Okay, so wait. What? Current user isn't a thing, apparently. Is it user ID? It's user ID. No, it is current user. Why is name coming through, but current user is not? Oh wait, this is the record. Oh, I'm being silly. That's why. Yay! Let's create chat room. Update chat room. Here. Let's see if this works. I think it does. Expected ID to be given. Got nil. Where is the ID coming from? There it is. Beautiful. Oh, right. Yeah. Now I can change the name. Except for, oh, because I did that. Okay. Doi. This is my room. Save. Oh, chat room's not correct. That's why. Oops, I did that wrong. Oops. Um, Elixir, replace element in list. I know that there's a, is it an enum? There's like a filter replace or something like that. Can I do? Can I do this? Assign. I wonder if this would work. No. Because this is created outside of it. Ah, god damn it, that's annoying. Hmm. I have a live view. If the update assigns 5. I feel like the right way to do it would be to bubble it up by actually handling it at a higher level rather than a lower level. Multi-step. Hmm. All right. I am going to call it here because I got some other stuff I've got to take care of today. And then we'll get back at this probably tomorrow. Anyways, thank you to everybody who showed up and chatted and everything. You were all awesome. And I will catch you later. Ta ta for now.